What's going on, everybody? We're back for another stream, and we did make some beats. Alright, let's pretend like that didn't happen. Or any of that. And we're back. Alright, so on the last stream, we made some beats, and I have them right here. They're not too bad. This stream, we're going to be making the game. We're going to be going back to Dark Hallway. So let's hear these sick beats. Here's the first one that I made. I don't know if you can hear that because the audio is switched to the wrong device. Let me go ahead and switch it to the right device. There we go. This is the beat that we made yesterday. I like it. I really do. Gotta come up with lyrics. Yeah. It's good. It's good. I like it. Might just start all streams with this banger. Why not? Is that from today? Oh, hey, what's up, Emerald Finder? I have a new game now. Let's see. Oh, it is? Okay. There, that should do better with the music. Sorry about that. Thank you. This is the first one. We made one more after this. It's pretty repetitive. I'll just play the other one. Serious music. This is the serious music, apparently. I don't know why I called it that. But here it is. I can play it while we're loading up this new game that I made. Not much to it yet, but the goal for today is to make this hallway infinite. Oh yeah, it's definitely gonna have some Slender Man vibes. And that's what I'm going for, as it's mostly a look and feel type thing, where it's very eerie, and it goes on forever. It makes you feel all... That's what I want to do. How's the music now? Is it okay with the volume? Yeah, that bass is insane. That's good. So I don't know if you can see very well, as good as I can, but the darkness that I did, it's actually all these little tiny areas of shading. And I guess that's how darkness works in games, but I kind of just made my own. Make flashlights challenging. You gotta figure out the area of the cone and stuff, but... That flute is it's kind of annoying. It needs the drums to go with it. Alright. Alright, so I have these three that I can put on a playlist real quick, and I'll just do that. Alright, that way I have 13 minutes of music. Okay. Alright, so the thing that I want to do with this game is make this hallway infinite. Make it go constantly. Alright. But the way that I wanted to do that was to move everything in the world rather than the player moving. So right now the player is defined here and the hallway is here. But I think that the player needs to be defined inside the hallway. And then we don't have to do that. Yeah, we don't need to do that 100%. So if I just make a input function right here to override the Ursina input function. And I don't think I need to pass anything in. If I just say player.z equals 0, and that's all I do. Does that make it to where my player only stays in one place? And does it move forward? Huh. That's because this input takes something called key. The bug. Sorry if I look crazy. The bug. It doesn't have... Oh look, it does have that effect. Oh, and look at that too. Cool after image effect. Yeah, so that is what that does, but that's not how we want to do it because it looks all not good. Okay. think the way that we do want to do it is we want to override our player, and then the player, actually no, we want to override, instead of input, we want to override update. Update runs every frame, and the other one runs every time we press the key. So now we can see when we're updating every frame, I'm pressing that forward key and I can't move forward. This is what we want, which seems a little bit weird, but it is what we want. What happened to the damn music? There it is. Alright. So we're disabling the player forward so that we can move everything else backwards, basically. So when we do that, now we're going to have to define the input function. But I think we're going to have to do it on hallway. Let's move hallway up here. And let's create the input function. But let's also create hallway input function. And this is going to move the entire hallway backwards as we are supposed to be going forward. That way we can keep the player position at the origin plus or minus 5 the entire time. Alright, so let's create that function under class hallway. The end is as good a place as any. Alright. So we have all the hallway elements on hallway as private properties. We got the floor, the wall, the position, and the ceiling. But I think I want to store those in an array so that I don't have to keep making new variables every time I do this, because that's going to get a little bit messy. We don't necessarily need to reference them specifically like that. I think what we can do is have a dictionary and look them up. So, let's see, on hallway, we want a dictionary. I don't think I want to do self.floor and all that stuff anyway. Let's see, self. Hey, Prosh. Yeah, I finished some of the music. This is one of the songs, and I have another one, and I'll probably create more some other time. I don't know. Alright, this is more how I want it. I want my environmental objects to be iteratable. That way later I can just reference all of them and not any of them specifically. Let's see, I have our wall, and then I change the position, and then the ceiling. Yeah, I think that's completely fine. Get rid of the garbage. There we go. As far as the darkness goes, we will have the darkness separate from the other objects. Because that is not going to move. That's going to stay in place. Alright. So yeah, self-darkness append. Bookshelves and chests. Those are going to be objects that need to progress towards me. But I don't know. We can handle them separately there, because there are going to be more of them. Not worried about it right now. I'm just going to do, when I have arrow, forward? Up? Yeah, up arrow. Self.position plus equals 1 on the Z. Yeah. I want it to be everything, though. Not levels of darkness. We're going to self.objects. Like all of them, though. So how do we do that in Python, though? How do we iterate through? Is that it right there? That's not it, though. I guess that would work. Essentially an array with a string indexer. Sweet. Simple enough, right? Object-oriented fail. Let's see, where is it? In hallway. Can't define objects like that. It has to be defined here, above the build elements. There we go. Not moving the hallway. Let's make sure we're in the right place. Let's print these objects. Oh, it's working, kind of. In a really creepy way. Okay. This is not the right way to do it. We have to override the update function again. And instead of using the input function at all, we'll just be overriding the update function instead. No key. We don't need it. Okay. Update the self. I have another song. I didn't cue it up. Hold on. Where's the song? There it is. Serious. This is serious music. Alright, so when we update the self, what we're going to do is, I just realized now I need the player here. Never ends, huh? move them from there and up to here. And so in the hallway, we're creating the player now. And now we have self.player. So for updates, self.player, at the end of it will be z equals 0 every time at the end. But I guess that we can say that the objects self dot so for each, then we're gonna set it to player z, but it should just be plus equal or minus equal to be the opposite. Alright, no player. They're probably in main, right? Yeah, so let's set this in the constructor of hallway instead. And this bug is driving me crazy. You're gonna die, dude. Alright, come on. Indent properly. There we go. Still no player. Oh, I just did that. Everything except for the chest and the bookshelf. Effectively just moving the entire hallway. Even though it looks like I'm moving. Kind of looks better. I mean, if you ignore the chest and bookshelf. But yeah, no, the idea though is that we're gonna generate more hallway at the end of this hallway. Did I get him? Thought I got him. Alright, so the objects. I guess we'll go ahead and take care of the items now too. But the items are objects. I mean, I don't know. I guess one is, right now what I have as the objects. It's really the environment, isn't it? And then the objects could be another list. I don't know if these are environment objects, but I think we'll have probably items in there as well. Not yet, but pretty soon we'll be maintaining an inventory. A lot of work. But alright, so the environment elements and then the object elements. Right now we have chests and bookshelves. I don't think we need that really. All right. That should do it. And the illusion is complete. Almost. Alright. So the number that's going to change here is the Z of everything. The Z of everything. So let's go ahead and create a variable for the max Z. And we'll just calmly and quietly collect the max Z here. If whatever we're dealing with is less than the max Z, which we now have to initialize to something huge. But then we have to worry about, is that actually attainable position? I don't know. I don't think it is, actually. I don't think you're going to go to 9 million squares. Take a long time. Alright, so what we're going to do with the max Z here is we're going to check and see if the max Z is greater than, what do we have? The hallway length divided by 2. So if we're halfway down the hallway, we want to make more hallway. And how are we going to make more hallway? Well, pretty much what this is going to be right here is a hallway segment. Everything except for the hallway function. So the floor, wall, ceilings, those are all the hallway segment. I guess. I'm just trying to reconcile how much. They need to be on this array right here. This environment. How can we extend them and then chop them off continuously is the question. When we're going into build elements, call floor, for example. Floor has a bunch of squares. Can't create a new hallway. Just create more floor. Or are we onto an entirely new hallway? No, it can't be that. The idea is to keep the environment maintainable. I guess we're dealing with something that is potentially an array of hallway segments instead of this. But it's like 2 segments. It could be more, depending. So why don't I make that up? we can keep adding and taking away certain hallway segments, which have their own objects and walls and all that stuff to them. Darkness is going to be just hallway, not segment. So, wait, what was that? I took the wrong function. Hallway. So environment and objects, build objects, not the player. All of this stuff moves into segment. Okay, and then this is going to be self dot segments, right? We'll just create one hallway segment for now. Build elements. Just take build darkness out of build elements and move it into the constructor. Build elements and place environment need to be moved into their own, into hallway segment. So let me do that. Yes. Fix the indentation. Place environment. Hallway. I need more music. And it needs to be better, if I'm honest. Alright. One hallway segment. Did we do it? No, we did not. Self.player. Yeah, we don't need that line right now. Let's throw it off. So where are we trying to call dot environment? Yeah, so we forgot to update the update loop there. So it's not for environment there. It's going to be for key in self dot segments, and then for key in self dot segments key objects. Yeah, that's it. Key objects and environment, both the same thing. It's not self dot segments again, and no. Yes, environment again. these two atrocious loops, but that's fine. Must be integers. How is the key not an integer? Oh, this is, alright, yeah. This is the segment itself, which we don't have to use here. Not the key. I think that's how it works, right? Do it again here. Self.segments.key. Yeah, so every time we have that, we can just replace it with segment. Right? What happened? Regex. There we go. It runs the same. But now we have to do the thing. Let's see, Sirius is next. We have to do the thing, which is to make the rest of the hallway when we get to the halfway point. So I already started an if statement for it and then deleted it. It'd be right here. If the max z, not that. If max z is greater than hallway length divided by 2. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Also pretty much it. Alright, does this make the hallway endless? I don't know, did I go the right direction? It does make it endless. But it needs to be before. I mean, I don't understand why going the entire span of the hallway before it creates another. I went the wrong way. There we go. Guess it's only a quarter of my hallway somehow. Alright. A couple of other issues. My darkness is in like a negative place. That looks positive to me. Let's just negate it. Yeah, I see it. Nice. Needs to be tuned. Needs to be tuned. I could just make it darker. But no, I think it needs to render before. Just keep... I don't think I'm moving at all. That was weird. I don't know. Hard to even tell that I'm moving. If I am moving, then I'm not seeing the objects that are being generated. If there are objects being generated. Let's see. The objects in the hallway segment are supposed to be in the objects and the environments dictionaries. Okay. When we're calling update, the objects and the environment. I don't know, this kind of sucks. What does it look like when I get rid of this? This section. Or just the action parts, I guess. Maintaining the player position is kind of a pain in the ass. Might be necessary though. Oh, it's self-dog player. I don't know why it got so choppy. That was weird. I mean, that didn't happen when I was controlling the environment. Score 1 for controlling the environment. Nice and smooth. Hallway going on forever. Where's all my furniture? My nice furniture that I had. Should be getting at least a chest of drawers out of the situation. So when I'm calling segments here, doing so with segments and then an update, we're looping through the objects here and setting the objects Z to negative player Z. That should move them backwards toward the player. As long as they're there. So in hallway segment, the class, self dots, environment self dot objects. If build elements and then place environment. Place environment should be place objects. Like just as a name. And then that should be good. Self objects. And then in the update, we have segment. This is the environment and this is the objects. Should be seeing some big old objects that I'm not seeing. Maybe the objects are being placed back there, and that's the issue. The objects might be being placed behind me. In pretty much the same spot. We created this hallway to be in one position. But now it's in two positions. $34. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. I guess this is the streaming monitor. This is my biggest monitor I have. Let's see. The hallway segment, the positions of those need to be set to, so we have a position that we're defining here, hallway width divided by 2, left or right, and then the Z is what we care about. This can be a little bit offset now. And I guess it's offset by there's a place where we are going to be changing the Z of these hallways. It's not here. Here. When we change the Z of the hallway, That actually works. Changing the Z of all of this as well, which is kind of crazy. Even the right wall, when we set the position, I can still see it there. Let's see. But we want to get that whenever we're placing these objects. We need to know if the Z is offset. It's not it. Is it just Z? Here it's Z, so yeah. And just the position of it is going to be, we're going to add a Z offset to it. Alright, do we get our objects back? Or are they placed correctly down this hall? No, I don't see any objects. Let's see what kind of numbers we're getting here. All right. Pretty much I see the Z going up and down. And that's pretty much it. So let's negate it and hope for the best. All right, that didn't work. Parent is equal to self as rotation and position. Think about what it was. Hallway length. Curious if I just make this times 2, we'll start seeing some objects on the second one. I don't see any damn objects at all. I'm suspicious of that, to be honest. Hallway segment. Parent equals self. Nah, dude. Hold on. Hallway segment. Parent equals self. I'm just not sure about that. Probably all you need, actually. Alright, that still functions. And then down here, build elements. See that? I see all the ceiling and interesting. I have to build elements on floor squares as well. Working with the position offset correctly. Working. Something to note for sure. That's currently in play too. Place objects is what's giving me the pain in the butt. Parent itself. Position should now be depending on the Z. Or now I have it multiplied by 2. What is that though? What is the Z? Let's see what that ends up being. Is 0 there. Am I going in a negative direction? 0 still. Oh, okay. That's Z constantly. Alright, so I think that this actually needs to be constantly less than this. Yeah. Just a little bit opposite. Should be initialized as half of the hallway length, or plus half of the hallway length, to be set back. If everything's coming in a negative direction, then it needs to be a greater number. So it's hallway length divided by the number of bookshelves times I'll just say times 1.5 to make it like further back. I actually want them to be that way. That way. So maybe this whole thing needs to be negated. And did my hallway stop generating? It's the right direction. Oh yeah, you can tell that's the right direction. Spooky. Alright, my floor is generating. My walls are not anymore. What's up with that? The only thing I can think that I changed is that. Same deal though. what's up with the walls. Just build another wall at Z origin. Let's see, Z origin plus hallway length. Alright, so at this point we need to know what segment number it is so we can offset the position of the walls. Fair enough. Right? Why are we having to do all of this? Seems like we have a bit of a recurring problem. So we have everything placed at origin, but we're not starting at origin. We have our own origin. Some places the origin is specified, but I think in most places it's implied. Well, a Z offset, basically. I think in our case it's either going to be 0 when it starts out, or the hallway length. 0 or the hallway length. And the simplest way to keep track of that is, what hallway segment number do we have? And we can get that passed into the segments. Just passing num segments equals len self segments. I don't know why that I had to do that. So when we are calling the init of this one, we'll call in num, we'll have pass in num segments, and fix the syntax error. And we'll just save that to our own class here in hallway segment. So that way when we build our walls and everything, we can give them all an offset of the one that we have. So environment floor y equals self dot num segments, and we're actually going to modulo this by 2, because it will either be 0 or 1. Just modulo 2, and we want to multiply it by hallway length. And so, for instance, if we have 0 number of segments and we modulo 2, we get 0. We multiply by a hallway length and we still get 0. Num, 1 num segments, we have modulo 2, we have 1. We multiply it by hallway length and we have the hallway length that we yield. So we'll either yield the hallway length or 0. Depending on the number of segments. It's simple. It's that simple. And so that entire thing is going to be the Z offset. So It will either be a number or the hallway length. Should be that way. It should be that way. It should be. So yeah, so equals no, not the y, the z. Setting all of our z offsets here happily. Happy little z offsets. What am I missing? Ceiling. Can we just do them in the right order? So I need to confuse my little brain. There we go. Hallway segment. What's going on here? Oh, the yeah. What? Where is this? The num segments is 0. Oh, lead to 0, I suppose. So it's num segments before this segment. I guess. Sure. What's the problem? Yeah, you don't need that. You don't need that. You need this num segments passed into here. That's what we need. And also passing it in here. You know, basic stuff. Oh, right. Not that. It's going to be time for coffee soon. All right. Nice missing wall here. I think I went the wrong direction. Also, why is that wall missing? It's because we never set the Y of the wall. The right wall had a Y apparently, so go all the way back and see how we derived that Y. And we'll have to, I mean, it'll be the same thing. It'll be hallway width divided by 2. So if we copy that, we take ourselves back to where we were. I can't remember if it's the right wall or the left wall. I think it's the right wall. I'm gonna go with my gut. All right, let's see that number that's supposed to be updating, the max Z. Let's see what Z we're getting out of this. All right. So Z is actually decreasing. We are going in a negative direction. Now we're going in a positive direction. I like the idea of going in a positive direction. Max Z never goes to a positive number at all. And it definitely never goes to hallway length. Why? Let's see. When we are building the hallway, we're creating a floor, wall, ceiling, etc., etc. Class floor. And this is where we're positioning the squares of the floor. Oh boy. Okay. Here we're decrementing the hallway length. Wonder why. Straight across, we have the J times the floor, so it's just the width or the length of the whole thing. And then what's this 2? It's just the other half of the dimension, 1 and 2, minus the hallway length divided by 2. Half the length of the hallway. Plus, again, the width, I guess, or the length divided by 2. So 2 squares. I know it's 2 squares down. I'm having trouble reconciling this minus, though. It's the previous position. Weird, weird, weird. That's a weird one. Alright, but whatever. I can move on from that and go to wall. The wall is I guess, positioned negatively as well. The scale is what we're looking at. But yeah, it's got a negative X. That's just in the left direction, though. That's not. It's got a Z of 0. But that doesn't say anything about the way that it goes. One thing I need to determine is I think I'm half in this hallway piece when I start out. I start out at -72 as my position. And I'm going negative. And I can get up to 40. 32 is as far as I can go. My range is between negative 72 and 41. 72, I mean, the hallway length is supposed to be 64. How about I just set the frickin' player Z to 0? Still, the max Z is negative. Interesting. Why? That can't be. That has to be the min Z. That has to be the minimum Z. Yeah, why would it do that? Why would it give me the min? Alright, well that's fine. Now I can just initialize it to 0. Yeah, now I have stuff. Like, okay, that's a problem, sure. But I can see that I'm progressing down my hallway, that's good. Now I just have to unnegate my darkness. I don't think we need to update the darkness ever. I just need to unnegate it. There we go. That's tricky. And it's still not quite done, but all the positives and negatives and all that stuff. It's just something. Alright, so what's the deal with this left wall? Why is it still like this? Why are you still like this? I'm taking everything with me. It's actually kind of cool. But it's not correct. So we're supposed to be moving everything here. Everything. And then, okay. I guess there's probably one not being offset properly, huh? What was the modulo thing that I was working? What was that? The num segments and the Z offset. Oh. Well, that ain't it. That ain't it. You know, I just decided I don't like you. Go away. Oh yeah, dirt. What is that? What is that? Ugh. Ooh. Okay, well. Change this to 1, huh? Ooh, when I change it to 1, it does this funky stuff, huh? That's funky. And then the only reason that I had 2 there was because yes. But here, hold on a second. So segments, len num segments, what, +1? Oh my God. Why has that destroyed the game? Why? And then I guess when we have 2 in here, that's the magic way to do that, I guess. Start with 2. Yeah, something's missing. Something is definitely missing. Coffee. I'm missing my coffee. Okay, then. I'm gonna go get some coffee real quick. But I'll be right back, and I'll leave this here. back. Welcome back to me. Alright, dark hallway. Very dark. Very hallway. Very, the objects are not freaking updating the way that I want them to. I don't think the approach is correct, to be honest. I think there's something much more simple to be done here. It's an absolute waste of time. Gone. Gone, 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 gone. And this is where we're at. Perfect. Players moving again. Because I was doing too much before. Alright, let's go back. Hallway. Only thing that we need to do is create another update function. And I don't know if we want to extend the hallway. Let's just do whatever. Let's do update function and another function up here called extend the hallway. Yeah, we can pass it for now. And in update, we will still need to have player here, so capital F, capital P, controller. That'll probably be fine. And then when we are doing update, we're going to check the self player Z. But actually, what we're going to do is we're going to track what number hallways we have. Self. Let's see, self dot num hallways. Actually, it doesn't really matter. We don't need to go that. We just derive that within the function. I like to break things up nicely in Python because it's important. You kind of have to. There's no better way to make your code concise. You just have to kind of have a lot of functions. But so for update function, what we want to do is we want to check the player's Z position, and if the player's Z position is greater than half of the hallway length times whatever number of hallways we have, then hey, gaming forever, what's going on? Trying to make this suspenseful hallway game here. Oh, hold on. Get rid of this. And something else. Let's ride my control Z back to proper code. There we go. Not much going on yet. I took a bit of a wrong turn a moment ago, and I wasted a little bit of time, but it happens. Yep, it's 100% in Python. Because the yeah, I'm kind of new to this, but this Ursina game engine is pretty intuitive, and you still get all the fun stuff that you have to do with other game engines too, but this one's just easier in reach, I guess. Yeah, so right now, put back the garbage. Try to remember what I was doing. Right now we got the first person controller that we have to move into here on hallway. You're using a game engine or complete. Oh yeah, no, I'm using Ursina game engine. So the Ursina game engine I think is built mostly in C and C++ and all that stuff. So it's pretty efficient. And then the interface that they provide is in Python. That's what the Ursina game engine is. It's like a rendering engine, and there's also they have colliders, and it's basically 3D rendering, and then you have to build your own physics and stuff like that on top of it. So I also have this other one that I was working on the other day. It's a little bit more finished. It's a game of billiards. Not much. If you know the game of billiards, there's not much to say about it. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I learned Python. Oh, I scratched on the break. I learned Python at college. You can do a lot with Python. You used to get a bad rap for performance, but computers are good enough now. You got GPUs and CPUs, all sorts of stuff. You should be able to do it with Python. Anyway, that's the billiards game. Let's see. Close out of that. And then with the hallway game, what I'm trying to do is make the hallway infinite right now. And I try to do that by making the objects move towards the player and then like deleting them. But that just got really messy, and I ended up having to do too many computations at once, and it even got choppy. Which choppy is, if you ever get choppy in your game development, I think you're going the wrong direction, or you've misplaced a number or something. It should never be choppy. But what I need to do is I need to track the player's position, and that's why I moved the first person controller into here. Player equals first person controller on the hallway, which is the class. And so we're going to provide an update function here, and we're going to say if self.player, not that. It's going to be derived from the number of offsets that we have, but I guess it's just simply we'll have to compute it in line. If it's greater than or no, we can modulo it. Okay, so that's what we'll do. If the hallway length, and then we can do modulo player z equals 0. We don't necessarily want it to be 0. It just has to be less than 1. And what is that saying? Less than 1 is approaching hallway length equals player.z. But we want it to be halfway. So we want it to be less than hallway length divided by 2, and we can use integer division there because it will be an integer that we've returned from a modulo. I don't know, can you modulo a decimal? I don't know. But if we go to halfway through the hallway, then we want to call extend the hallway, which we need to call self dot extend the hallway, which will be here. And then we can begin this, which is going to be a whole nother freaking thing. But that might be good. I hope that's good. I don't think we need this. We just need to be able to pass an offset into these guys. I don't know. Let's see what it's given us by default. Yeah. So instead of this, we need to move this prefab into the hallway folder, the hallway file, right there. Okay, and our update function needs to be called by the main update function, which we can override like so. And we're not going to do that. Instead, we're going to define hallway above the update function, and then in the update function, we'll just call hallway update. All right. What are we missing? Oh, the gravity of the player is 0. Yeah, I guess we could just get rid of that. It should be, the gravity should be hallway update takes 0 positional arguments, but 1 was given. 1 was not given. I don't see where 1 was given. Nope. Doesn't take 1 and it's not given 1. I don't understand. I don't. Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just get rid of it for now. It's causing a problem. Okay, now I know something's going on. What is this? Hallway update takes 0 positional. Oh, okay. We forgot the funny little Python thing where we have to say self every time because it's quote-unquote object-oriented. That's what we were missing. Oh, and something else we found. Player is not defined. Well, that's because it needs to be self.player. What are you going to do? Mistakes happen. A lot of mistakes happen. Float modulo. Shoot. Okay, so this is what I was talking about. You can't modulo a float. It doesn't work. So we'll have to round it. Or cast it. And so what we're trying to do is we cast it to an integer and then make sure that it's less than half of the hallway length. Or greater. It's actually going to be greater. Integer modulo. Modulo by 0. You can't modulo by 0, huh? Alright. I didn't know that. You can't modulo by 0. Can't do it. Okay. Player pose equals this. If player let's just print this real quick. See what it ends up being. Just for a little, before we get too deep into the code. Let's just make sure. Okay, my gravity. Alright, I need to set my gravity. Alright, so the gravity is going to be set right after we initialize the player. Self.player gravity. There we go. The floor is not a rigid object. We can start to see that number increase, and that's good and all, but I think first of all, I'm starting out halfway through the hallway. So the number that I want to get to is a quarter way through the hallway. I mean, it's actually like right now. 30, I want to get to the number 1, which my hallway range is between -32 and 32. So it's a range of 64. So the hallway min and the hallway max are numbers that I can derive, I think. I'm trying to think, how do I get to that initial setback of 32? So when I'm building any of these things, the ceiling, it's all set with the Z origin. Do I have the Z? I just set it to 0. How does it get back? Position of the exit. I don't see it. I don't see where it's going back behind me, because look, there's room behind me and I can go back here. It goes all the way out to 32. It goes all the way out to 32. So that means it's set off. Where this Z origin is set to 0, the wall is also set with the Z origin. If I go to that wall and I print out that Z origin, it's going to be 0, or the ceiling, whatever. I print it out here. It'll always be 0 because it's a constant. I don't have to print it. I know what it's going to be. It's 0. But the object itself protrudes in either direction. So setting it at 0 means that you're actually halfway through it. Okay? Now that we've gotten through all that, the idea is that we'll be hitting the number 1, and then the next one will be 1 plus, it would be like 32, be 65. 1 and then 65. So how do we get to 1 and then 65 from where we're at? So the right away, I guess we could just say that the center origin of the hallway, the center of the hallway is the first thing that we need to calculate. So on update, the center of the hallway is the hallway length divided by 2? No, it is not. Here it'll just return hallway.z or self.z, and that will be the center of the hallway. So this should return 0 for the first hallway segment. For the second hallway segment, it should return 60. No. It should return 64 plus 32, 96. So it will return 96. This number is what we have to cross simply with the player. So self.player position Z is greater than the hallway. Like, not even any of that. Then we're going to extend the hallway. I guess we'll need to know the current hallway situation. You know what I mean? Like, this is valid for one segment of the hallway. And it'll work one time. But for the next segment of the hallway, which is basically just how long is the hallway. So that's the other thing about extending the hallway, is that we can extend it as much as we want. We're extending it in two directions, which is not good. We don't need to do that. We need to have more like array-like behavior. So we need to change the Z origin of the hallway. The entire thing. That'll need to be equal to half of the length of the hallway every time. When we start out, the Z origin is not going to be set to 0. The Z origin will be set to half of the hallway length. So that is going to be my logic gets messed up here because I had like, semantic elements and then I changed them, but that's fine. So now that we know that a Z origin is equal to the hallway length divided by 2. And then we'll just be starting at the edge of the hallway. I think we could set a player offset, and that will be what we're doing as far as making the player not touching the back wall. But for our Z origin, we derive from half of the length so that we could just set it every time to that. And this should be fine. All we need to do is just continually extend the walls, the ceiling, and the floor, and offset its origin. So when the player has crossed the center of the hallway, which, by the way, now our self.z is going to be equal to the origin z. Yeah, I think we have a slight issue here. I don't know if our hallway itself is an entity. Is it? It is. Okay, so it's not. It's a non-rendering entity, I believe. All right. So if we have our player position greater than the center of the hallway, and that's it, I don't think we need to worry about anything additional. Then we're just simply going to call it extend the hallway. Where'd it go? There's more to it, huh? I think that there's more to it. I think that there is more to it. I mean, no, because it continually just extend the center of the hallway. Yeah. The other part of it is that it's going to be chopping off the other part of it, but it'll still be continually moving the center of the hallway forward. I think it's good. All right, let's try it. So blah, 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 blah. Oh, blah, 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 blah. Oblama. No, I don't think that that's right. I don't think that's right at all. I do not think that that's right. Self.z plus equals hallway length. Yeah, I think that's right. I don't think that's right. Self dot what is this? Yeah, no. It's being biased by some code it previously generated. I don't want that. I don't want that. Oh. Do I have hallway segments here? No, I do not. Okay, good. So all I want to do is change my floor z plus equals hallway length. That's the first thing. We're just changing the origins of all of these. Right? And the z that's maintained on the parent element is just purely for show, basically. So as we do that, we'll also be extending the scale of these elements. But I mean, if we could get away with creating the new elements, because I mean, I know the scale is going to skew it, then I think that maybe we should do that. As of now, we could just simply replace these and they will still be rendered. I'm not sure that's the right thing to do. And also, we need to do something about these positions. So we are incrementing the self.z. So in theory, that is correct. So, and then the position, yeah, that looks good too. I mean, as long as we are including self.z where we should, it should properly extend the hallway. All right, we're starting at the back of the hallway now. All right, I didn't see any extending going on. Not in the game. All right. So what gives? Let's see if we are even coming into this function. So self.player.position is greater than the center of the hallway. We can just print these out. Just to get the full scope of the information that we're dealing with. Get rid of this little thing. So interestingly enough, the self.z comes back to as 64 for some reason. And then it goes to 128. But the point of that, though, is that the self-player position is never updated to the center of the hallway, which is surprisingly actually 64. Where I thought it would be 32. It's weird. I could have sworn I made the position, the Z origin here. I have it defined way up here as the hallway length divided by 2. It's interesting that it's never that. it just goes instantly to 64. Why? Does this get called immediately? That's the only thing I can think of. Yeah, that already proves that it gets called immediately. So that means that the center of the hallway starts out at 0 and it does get extended immediately. Interesting. And I think I did see that, where it like created more hallway or something. It overwrote it, got rid of my objects. And my darkness. Interesting stuff. All right. Quick bathroom break. And I'll be right back. Oh. Hey. Thanks for sticking around. All right. So I figured out that the center of the hallway that we're getting here is not exactly the center of the hallway, or it is. Excuse me. It is at the beginning, but I think that that's probably invalid. So, I mean, just for quickies, we can go if center of hallway is, say if it's equal to 0, we'll just not return, but I guess we'll check and see if it's not equal to 0. Then we'll do all this stuff. Little duple. Oh, forgot that. Little duple dipple. I thought it was endless there for a second. Okay. So the center of the hallway is coming back as 0 every time. Is that what I'm seeing? Yes. Just have it 0 every time. That's not correct. So I think that when we set this hallway, we never set a Z element on here. There's no Z. Let's just set a Z real quick. And now let's see. Now it's changing to a proper number. There's no Z on this element. So now what we can do is we can check the Z that we just created. I don't think we need any of this anymore. It's just not an actual element of the thing. There we go. We generated more hallway there. All right, we did one hallway, and I think we did that on purpose. We did call extending the hallway. That's great. That is great. And let's see. Let's go ahead and print these out again and see why we didn't extend it a second time. Crudely. Okay. 032. Hood hike. What's going on? Oh, a W. Okay. So the plus equals is too much. So we just need to change that to half. And apparently there's something else. I mean, just for the sake of, just curiosity. What happens when I change it to 4? Interesting. It seemed like it did 2 extending the hallways. Let me see if that was correct. There was one extending the hallway. There's another extending the hallway. There's another extending the hallway, but it doesn't extend it. So I'm not sure. We should probably derive the entire thing from the length of the hallway. The length of the hallway will be constant. How can we make it constant? I guess we can like just add on to it. Or just change the entire... No, I don't want that. I want to be moving in the hallways for sure. For sure it needs to be a hallway that extends itself. believe that, honestly. So the math is wrong. So when we start out with a z origin, confused about, I think that needs to be passed in to everything, right? So when we build the hallway, we do so here. We don't pass anything in at all. And it goes into build elements, where it takes the nothing that's passed in and it builds a floor, a wall, and all that good stuff, and it sets the position of only the right wall. And it sets it to hallway width divided by 2, hallway height divided by 2, wall height, excuse me, and z origin. And that's the only time that z origin is really even used in the whole thing. And this is okay because we can see the hallway at the origin, what I assume is the origin, but it's not actually. I'm at 0, and we can confirm that by looking at the print that we do here. Here. Just click on that guy. So when I do that and I start moving around, you can see I'm advancing. And then I can get to 32, which is my halfway point, and it'll create another one. It should be making another it should have the exact same scale, which it does. And it looks fine. But I think the Z is not incorporated correctly. Somehow. Let's see. The position of this next wall or next floor or whatever should be set to, the double position of the first one, right? When we're extending the hallway, it can be set to the hallway length times but a number of hallways, which we don't currently have. That's why I want to keep it. It's just so much easier. I'll do it. Yeah, I'll do it. Don't worry. I'll do it. Self.num segments equals 1 at the beginning, because we only have 1. Then when we do extend the hallway, the Z position is going to be multiplied by the number of segments, and then right before that, num segments plus equals 1, because we're adding 1 in. Simple enough, and probably a more sophisticated thinker could do better than that. But that's not correct though. The self.z is going to be equal to, first of all, this one's going to be called the z offset, I guess, and it'll be equal to that, and then this one will be the same thing, but minus then not minus the hallway length in the Z. Looking down at that's the length. $96 is the next spot. I don't think that's right. Seems like it's not being placed in the right place. I'm wondering if I should just set the Z to that. But, or, okay, yeah, so if I just set the Z offset to not to self Z, I mean, it should be to self Z in theory. In theory, that number should be the same. I have to figure out why it's not. Okay, so I hit 32. I know it's going to extend. 32. Boom, it extended. But it only extends to 64 at the most. It should extend by the hallway length. So when I create the wall, that's an instance of wall. So when I go to my wall class, we have a scale that's set to standard scale. That's the thickness of the wall, then the height, and then the hallway length. So it's not set to something less than 64. And yet it's only adding on from the current position, it's only adding on 32. So clearly it's not the right position or the right length, one or the other. And I think it's not the right length, or the right position, rather. So if we look, we're setting it to the Z offset, which at this point should be equal to 64 on the first round. So if we print this, we already verified that the function is firing in the right place. Let me get rid of all the other noisy prints. When we get an extend here in a second, we should be able to get a boop there. What is this? Go away. The number that we get is 128. It's actually a lot more than I thought it was going to be. So that means we're multiplying by 2 at that point, huh? Because we do have 2 segments. That's right. But I guess this is prior to having 2 segments. This is when we have 1 segment, so really logically we should only mark that we have the segment after we actually have the segment. That makes sense, right? So that number, there should be half of that now at 64 when we cross the frame. I did it 2 times right back to back. Interestingly enough. So we extend the hallway. Set the Z offset to minus the hallway length. That's not correct. The Z offset should be divided by 2 on the hallway length. That's the one thing. Then I think we can maybe safely say that function won't fire one back to back like that. Okay. Then the other thing is that the it still looks like it's not placed correctly. Why is that? I wonder. Let's go back to printing out the player position. And so when we're getting doop-de-doo, drop-de-da, all the way to here, we're at 32. And then they were at 64. But these hallways should be 64 long, and the first one is. Everything on the second one is not offset correctly. And I'm thinking that this number here doesn't matter somehow. So if I just set this to something kind of crazy, so floor, left wall, right wall, I won't even set the ceiling, just to create some noise, I guess. Well, I saw a ceiling there. That was kind of crazy. I have to kind of reconcile what I just saw. Hold on. It's interesting. Is this what's messing it up, actually? Am I setting the Z and then... Interesting. Oh, that was trippy. That was trippy. Alright, well, it works in that sense. That's really good. I'm really happy about that. So the wall position here can't be set to Z origin. It has to be set to self.z. And then I have no idea what's going on at that point. So let's consider that we have I mean, that's all we need, huh? Looks like this is the winning sauce here. Uh-oh, not that. Let's see. extending the hallway always, huh? We don't want to extend the hallway always. No, we don't. We don't want to do that. We only want to extend the hallway one time. And then we want to destroy the back of the hallway. So that kind of messed the game up. Let's see. So, what else? So we can't call that function as many times as we're calling it right now. So, the center of the hallway, which is the Z. But if we're setting that to what, 32 starting out? If we're setting it to 32 start out, minus 32, it's just going to be 0 the whole time. And that ain't going to work. That ain't gonna work. So, I mean, it's just basically gonna be that. But isn't it also just gonna be that? No need to overcomplicate it, right? Unnecessary math. That's trippy. Okay. Sure. Why not? I think it's minus. I think that my comparator has to be minus half of the length of the hallway or something like that. See how it keeps getting further and further away? Probably, let's see, plus equals hallway length divided by 2, I don't know, 4 divided by 4. Probably will have to extend it greater than a quarter. And then that right wall. That's not working out. Interesting. If I just do this, and then I just change the position of it. Self, not secf. Sacrifice is not a word. Shelf raw position dot z. But I guess it's not that, huh? It's actually the other position. Yeah, this one would be fine, actually. So if I just set the position X, would that work fine? Did I? What did I do? Oh, yeah, no. So it needs to be a wall there. That's what I'm missing. Keeps getting further away from me. So let's... I'm trying to think of what I can actually do about that. It needs to be relative to me. Keeps getting further away from me. If it keeps getting further away from me, then I have to find a way to decrement the Z more. I guess, if that's the right way to think about it. So let's see. Hallway. And we're extending the hallway. Set the self.z. So we're moving like the whole hallway. It seems like. Isn't that right? Like, even if I don't create these other elements, aren't I moving the entire hallway? Yeah, see how it still moves? What happens if I go back? Nothing. I was scared for a second, honestly. So nothing really happens with that. All I really need to do then is create some more walls. Or just keep moving the existing floor. Let's see. Not plus equals necessarily either, just equals. Or we can just set them to 0. Nice little trick. Just set them all to 0. And that'll probably be what we need to do the whole time. Maybe not. Where the heck am I? We don't need to set self.z. Maybe that's all we need to do, set self.z equals 0. Oops. Let me try that. Or the player.z. There we go. Just shove the player back to the beginning. It didn't work. We can just set the player's position to 0 every time. And that'll prevent the player from moving forward, right? No. Interesting. I feel like I'm actually kind of faster. Where, is it just Z then? Yeah, I guess it's just Z then. So, I mean, I guess that we could set that as well. And I'm not sure if we were trying to compare that elsewhere. That's interesting. Player does not have a position attribute. It's just called Z. So here we should be sending the player back to the origin every time. And that works. Pretty much. I do like that, actually. So we need to be... As much as I like that, I still want to extend the hallway. One thing's for sure, this was not the right way to do it. I don't know what player Z is. Or player position Z versus player Z, but player Z is the one I just set. And it appears to be the right one. Alright, so player Z. If player Z is more than halfway across the court, then we want to extend the court. I don't even know what that is. What is that? So when we extend this, I don't want to move. I don't want to just move it. I want there to be like I could have it. It could generate its own wall. I think that's what it is. It needs to be a wall segment, like I had before. Just a little bit of a restructuring thing. Whereas right now I have these. Those are my wall segments. They need to be. So the wall segment class will be and I think it's going to just have all this stuff. Let's give it its own segment num. Which we will pass into the class for now. Do this little tradition here. Fun little number. Alright. Pass in the segment number. Don't forget to assign it properly. And I think right here is something that can actually be derived from the segment numbers. The Z origin. I don't think that needs to be the Z origin there. I just think that it needs to be the self.artwall.position.z. Don't you? And then if we can just have a set Z offset function for our wall segment, for our hallway segment, then we'll be free to define them and then reference them later. So we can still have a build elements function, but it won't have this anymore. That's the first argument, the hallway segment number. We're going to give that segment number 1. Okay. So we got a little bit of an indentation issue here. Another one. This time it's because we don't have this function definition. We don't really want it yet, so let's just pass it. Just want to verify that still have a hallway here at the very least. Okay, great. So now when we do extend the hallway, we should just be able to simply, let's see, num segments. We have 1. Should just be able to append this one. And then on the new segment, which we can now just put there. Don't forget to pass it in here. What we can do is we can set the Z origin, the Z offset, to the number of segments times the hallway length, but we'll go -1 to account for the fact that we have 1 on the 0 position. All right. And you'll notice some choppiness. That's to be expected. What we have to do is we have to go ahead and provide a method for destroying our other segments. So in hallway segment, we want destroy, which will just disable all of our hallway elements. Alright, so here, what we need to do if modulo segments divided by 2 is equal to, hello society, nice to see you. I don't think that modulo is correct there. I think we just want to get the length of the segments, and if it's greater than, I would say if it's greater than 2, then we want to go ahead and destroy that one. Destroy the first one. Let's see if that removes the choppy behavior. Oh, that's done something else entirely. Yeah, no problem. This is pretty much it so far. Just made a dark hallway and trying to get this, make it an infinite hallway. This will extend the hallway, but it starts to get a little choppy. So we're going to have to go ahead and chop off the one previous to it. So, I mean, when we're appending the new segment, a crude way to do this would be if it's greater than 1 segments, then we can just destroy the first one. Why aren't I using an engine? This is technically an engine. This is Ursina game engine. So I mean, I don't have to do any of the 3D rendering or anything like that. And the answer to why I'm using this is just because it's easier for me. You know, I guess I'm familiar with it at this point. I should go on moving to like Unity engine or something like that. No, I'm not sure what's going on there at all. I think it's destroying the current segment or something. I'm not sure. It's definitely not right. That's definitely not right. Yeah, Unreal. Yeah, that's another one. I'm not sure about Unreal though, because you have to make everything in house with Unreal. But I mean, some of the stuff you can make with it, I've seen, is pretty dope. It's pretty dope. You think it's easier? Maybe it is easier. I don't know. I have to get into it, honestly. Yeah, because this is not easy. But I mean, I feel like this is more blank canvasy than that. Like, yes, this is trickier to get, but I mean, I can once I get the basics down, I can really hone in on the look and feel of the game. Whereas with Unreal, I might be locked in with, you know, picking a feel. If that makes sense. I don't know. You could use blueprints. Yeah, see, I don't know anything about that stuff. But yeah, it seems more packaged and generic, and if that's cool if you want a game like that, which, you know, if I had a specific idea, then that could definitely be something. I could see myself reaching for something like that. Yeah, that's it. Still going crazy, huh? Is it destroy that's doing that? I guess is my question. Yeah, it's the destroy that's doing that. So we're probably calling the destroy too early. Yeah, we're destroying the hallway that we're on. Okay. But I mean, it gets choppy quickly. But that's fine. I made it greater than 3. Is that a mistake? No, it's still getting rid of the one I'm on. And it's still, how am I going greater than 3 here? Hold on a second. How is that even possible? Mages, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to do. But I mean, here, at the point that I'm at, this should not be coming off. This should only be 2 segments at most. 4. Where the hell is that 4 coming from? That's not correct. Yeah, so when it's incrementing the num segments, let me just get straight down to it. Why is it 4? It should not be 4. What is it? Let's just track it the whole way. You could add wait, like it will start counting after the player reaches the new hallway. Yeah, that's a good way to do it too. Like once they reach the hallway, it will wait 5 seconds and then render the next hallway. Yeah, it's something. So I mean but when I hit to self is greater than the player than the hallway of the length of the hallway, excuse me, then we're calling extend the hallway a bunch of times. So there needs to be a stop here. If self.num segments times the hallway length divided by 2. No. If self.num segments, it does incorporate the self.player_z. So we're gonna start with that. So there, player z is less than hallway segments z -1z. That assumes that we have more than 1 in the array. But that's the top one, isn't it? If it's less than a z, I don't think that's right. I think what I'm specifically trying to say is that if the player is before the halfway point of the last z. So I guess I could take this number and figure out what exactly that works out to be. And I'll just worry about that in a second. ChatGPT. Yeah, I should probably reach for ChatGPT. That's not a bad idea. 0. So we have it at 0 there. Is the number that we're getting. I think so. There's a lot of noise. Get rid of the rest of the noise. Try to use ChatGPT a little bit less nowadays to try to get the brain working, because on a different project, I kind of sat around using ChatGPT a little bit too much, and I'd sit there like waiting for it to give me an answer where I could give myself an answer much quicker. So I guess I'm currently trying to find the balance of ChatGPT. The z on these hallway segments is 0, so that's not a thing. So let's just backtrack that completely, because that's not even, that was like a hallucination or something. Yeah, we still want destroy. We want destroy on 0, but we're getting this number too many times, which means that there's nothing stopping it. So once we're past the center of the hallway, it's just calling it continuously, which is breaking the game. So right here, I need to check, like, how many segments do I have versus what's my position. And so my position will be between 0 and 64. So if self.player.z is greater than the, not that at all, num segments times hallway length. But it's less than. If it's less than the num segments times the hallway length, but also it's num segments times hallway length minus, this is, yeah, minus half of the thing, so it's like halfway down the last segment. Right. Then finally we will return and not do anything. Otherwise we'll just do this, but then we'll print this as well to see that we're doing it in the right place. Okay, let's see. Extending the hallway. Did it once. I don't think we actually extend anything though, but we did it once. That's good. So now let's go ahead and print the print that number that we were printing earlier, which is the self dot num segments. And so we should be able to see this number behaving correctly as well. So we have one segment, that's good. And then it should go to two segments. Perfect. The problem is now that it's not extending it correctly, but that's good. At least it's predictable what we wanted. So now we are incrementing the number of segments probably too early. But maybe not. Maybe not. I gotta remember how that's, so the Z offset is set there and it's -1. I'm wondering if we just simply remove that -1. Can we get the can we get it corrected? Not that simple, unfortunately. So we're setting the Z offset, num segments. All that looks pretty good. And then we're appending. And we're never getting above 3 at this point. We're only going to 2. So when we're setting the Z offset, we're setting all the Z's for these floors and walls and all that. And the only thing that we're doing with the segment number is we're just assigning it here. So that looks good. Only thing I can see is maybe we need to increment the Z offset. We should be seeing walls and floors and ceiling constantly. There it is. Little gap. All right. So we did see a little bit of a You did see the offset there, kind of. Little gap. But it did work. We do have a wall thickness, I guess. So we'll just say that that's the wall thickness. STD scale. Yeah, that's fine. All right. So now we should be able to still see our num segments when we print. When we print them out, should be able to still see the numbers. Oh, I know you can't help. I know, dude. I mean, it's still programming concepts. So I mean, it's there's still the basics, I guess. That's what I'm trying to say. 3 num segments. So we got to 3 num segments. And then what? Did it destroy one? Could have. I'm not sure what. I guess that's another way of pop in Python. Pop in Python. Okay. Well, the last thing that's the problem here is that it's not getting to another segment. Alright, so if self.playerz is less than the num segments times the hallway length minus, let's see these numbers. Yeah. That could be, it could be causing a return. Let's see what these numbers are. Get rid of that print. And that's the only one they had. Goes all the way up to 160, which is a lot. That is a lot. And I think it's just one too many in the increment scale. I mean, I'm guessing. Let's try not to guess. So we have the player gets to the end of the num segments, and at this point we have 0 or 1. We have 1. Okay. And then that player gets to the halfway point of this segment, which is 32. And so 1 times 64 minus, so should this be greater? So greater is what is we've crossed it. Less than is we haven't crossed it. So this meets it for the first section. So then we're incrementing this by 1. The next time around, we're at 2 segments. So we got 2 segments. 2 times 64, 128. Minus 32, that's 96. So until we cross that 96, we're never going to do this again. Number 3 should be the same deal, more of the same. 160 is the new number. We should be going all the way to 160. But I don't think that we are. I don't think that we are. I'm trying to think of why, at this point, setting the Z offset is not the right thing here. You know? Guess I could make the hallways look a little bit more colorful. That would really help me determine where it's going wrong. Somewhere right there, there's just the math is wrong. Let's try that out. Let's make the segments a different color. Let's see. Colors. Yeah, that'll work. We don't get a purple. Alright, let's see some beautiful colors. No? Oh, okay, just the walls then. Just the walls. Just the walls, beautiful colors. No texture for now. No eerie wall. Random color. Oh yeah, there we go. There's the new wall segments. And then we can see the third wall has been placed on top of the second wall, which is really weird. But there's clearly a problem somewhere. Doop-dee-doo. I want to make the player faster. Also, let's disable this darkness. We have the ability to just disable the darkness. I thought we did. There's also haze on top of the darkness. My eyes. Oh, that's so much easier to see now. Should take black out of the random colors. It's not in there. That's interesting. So I made it to where this wall doesn't render correctly. Nice. It's good to break something. Okay. So what's up with the floor? The wall. I think floor.z is not a real thing. I think I gotta set the floor squares. That's one thing. And the other is I don't know what the other thing is, to be honest. Oof. Seizure warning. Floor squares was not correct. The wall needs to be set. Seems like the position that I'm setting it in is not updating. So when we call extend the hallway, this guy right here, num segments +1, hallway length minus std scale -2 is kind of like gibberish. It should definitely be the number of segments that I have times the hallway length. It's interesting. I got more walls over there, but there's obviously a huge gap. So maybe -1 is the right way to go. So far, so good, I guess. Nope. No on -1. How about just not setting it all together? My guess is that nothing is going to happen. Seems like it sets it around my origin regardless. Or something. Just put one on top of the other. Just keep putting one on top of the other. But if we're incrementing the hallway segments, let's go. Let's just subtract the hallway length divided by 2, I guess. Let's see, I'm missing a parentheses there. My floors are definitely not being set correctly, and then my walls are being set too far away, I believe, is what I'm observing. So if I pull that back, will my walls come back closer to me whenever I see them? No, I don't see them at all. I mean, that doesn't make much sense. Hold on. There's the walls that I'm talking about. See them way over there? I got walls there and I got walls there. Now I got walls there. It's like I've skipped a segment of walls. Let's start this out at 0. How about that? Oof. Yeah, that's the right way to go. Starting myself out at 0 is the correct way to go, and then the floors will need to be set manually as well. That was the correct instinct. So once I do that, I can see those floors over there, but that's not the correct way to set the floors. So a floor has a build elements function, and it's building the floor squares based on the origin, I think. It has no offset. Let's see. Set Z offset, sure. Accessing the floor squares. And for the hallway segment, we can just call self.floor set Z offset. Probably do the exact same thing. Yes, it did. And the Z offset is not constant. It's going to be kind of like this. Floor square position equals, those are constant, but then the Z offset is added to its own Z offset. Should be relative to its own original position. Like that. There we go. Alright, let's change it back to a dark hallway. Let's bring back the darkness. Oh, I guess we never took away the darkness. Interesting. There we go. Let's go down the endless dark hallway. It is literally endless. Okay, that's good. It took me way longer to do that than I wanted it to, but whatever. So here, presumably we're doing the cleanup. I haven't checked yet, but that's important. Manage the resources and such. And then the last thing I want to do, just to get the feeling of it correct, is to make the darkness always fixed to the end of the hallway. But more realistically, it's just fixed to the player's position plus whatever on the z-axis, and 0 for x and y. So 0 is 0, 0, whatever the player's position is, plus half the length. So I mean, we can really just, let's see, move darkness z offset. Really, I just want it to be plus the self.player z. That's it. Not equals plus like that. Plus equals. So this will just keep the darkness moving down the tunnel. And in the update function, I can just call move darkness. Hopefully that won't be too intense. Yeah, it is. Hold on. So it's not plus equal. I saw it go way too fast. It's equals player z plus I guess that. No, that's not right. Doesn't seem to be the right number. I honestly think that it's the player z plus the hallway length divided by 2. I don't care about any of that other stuff. I just want it to basically just be halfway down the hallway. What is it set to in the original? The parent of self. And it's set as z offset to, oh right, oh, it can't be constant, huh? Yeah, no, it can't be constant. This is the problem. No, it can't be constant. It has to be multiplied by I like that. Yeah. So it'll be the player. It can be plus that, but it's not plus that. It's plus the hallway length divided by 2, and then minus that. These are my layers of darkness, and I'm updating their position on the player's position. So I can't see where I'm going barely, and that's the idea. I can just keep going down this hallway forever and ever. And obviously the furniture stops. But the hallway should never stop. Can I play an instrument? Yes, I can play an instrument. Play a lot of instruments. Guitar, piano, drums. Whatever you need, I can play it. I can go down this hall forever, and that's the nice thing about this. This game could literally go on forever because of the managed resources. Yay. Alright. See what we don't need and remove the garbage. Lots of garbage cleanup to do on this one. All right. Finally. The endless hallway. The one that we wanted. The one that we've always dreamed of. I will fix a quick glitch real quick. Quick glitch real quick. And that is the fact that there's this little ledge here and then it disappears. The little ledge is not going to work out. I'm going to figure out the reason for the ledge and get rid of it. Eliminate the ledge. Clean up the garbage a little bit. So when we're building the hallway here, we have one hallway segment. And all we're doing is passing in the keyword args, which we verified is nothing. And all that. Yeah, I don't have time for this. I do not have time for this. So we're looking at the floor. Right. And the floor elements, positions, oh Jesus, are set to what, 0 here? That's the Y? I think that should be passive then. The same way that this is passive. We should just make it passive. It's not something we care about. And it looks like that's the correct way to do it anyway. Or the way that we'll make this congruent. Floor square is not defined. That's because our floor square, in this case, is going to be this guy right here. Self.floor square. That one. So this guy, instead of, oh, keep going all over the damn place. That's what we need there instead. Did we fix our height issue? No, we still have a height issue. Just for the floor, too. It actually kind of looks like a subsequent one. Is that what we're dealing with? One of the subsequent ones looks like it's too low. Let's see. Let's see. Is it extending the hallway first? It's not. What is that? When it extends the hallway, it looks fine. Trying to see why. Extends the hallway twice. You see that? Too little extend the hallways. Does it do it 2 times every time? Double call is a serious problem. No, it's just a... Oh, excuse me. It's just the one time. And, just curious, is this wrong? I guess that is wrong. It never gets past... Never gets past 0. But alright, so when we're doing extend the hallway, it places the floors correctly. That's what's doing it. And it calls it twice. I think I know why, but I don't really want to get into it. I know it's a logic error. So when we are calling extend the hallway, we're setting the proper height somehow for the floor. The only thing we're doing different with the floor is we're calling set Z offset on it. Possibly a different argument, possibly in a different context. Possibly before the, or after rather, the player is created, giving it a new height context. That's probably a good way to figure it out. Let's see. When we do our floor here, and we're just initting the floor squares, let's print the position of the floor squares. Let's get rid of all the different prints that we have, and just the position of the floor squares. And specifically, we're interested in the Y there we have 0. And I didn't see any other ones. Also set to 0. So there's no difference there. But they do, like, raise up. Or, you know, perhaps there's a different Y that's set somewhere else that I'm not thinking of. One thing I could do, just to see if this changes anything, I don't know. Just set the Y arbitrarily when I'm setting the Z position. Am I still doing that? Setting the Z offset. No. Glad I checked. So now we're going to just arbitrarily set the Y value to see if it changes the floor. I'd say there's no floor there. Is that what's happening? There's no floor there. Has there been no floor there the whole time? Is there a floor here? I can't see it. I need to take away the darkness. Should be able to see. Should be able to see things a lot better now. Come on. There we go. Yes, there's definitely a floor here. And there's no floor here. This is what I'm looking at. There's just no floor there. It doesn't exist before I get there. But the walls do exist. The walls exist right there. But no floor exists. Interesting. It's good to know that there's no floor there. I'm not sure where we're setting the scale of the floor squares. Oh, here it is. So we have a floor square dimensions variable up here at the top. And you can see it's equal to the hallway width, which is set up here, 60 or 5. The hallway width is 5. Interesting. So we have 5 divided by the number of squares. That's the width of it, and then the length of it divided by the number of squares, Z, and the number of squares in Z that we have is 16. So 64 divided by 16 is the length of our square. And 5 divided by 2 is the width right now. That's the scale of our floor squares. Now we can do what we did before. We can make it brightly colored, but we don't really need to. Now we're looping through I and J. I is the number of squares in the X, which is interesting. We have 2, set to a constant number 2. Okay. And 16 down the Z. And the scales should all be derived. So that should all be good to go. This is a little bit questionable here. So we have the floor square dimension 0, that's the length, 5 divided by 2, minus the hallway width divided by 2. Okay, so this is going to either be negative or positive. I'm not sure. I is going to be either 0 or 1, I believe. And so this will turn out to be either negative half the width, which is 5, so 2.5, negative 2.5, or 0, basically. So negative 2.5 or 0. And then plus for the offset. I suppose that's interesting. 4 square dimension 0 divided by 2. So half of the width of it we are offsetting. Yeah, I think I would like to brightly color these floor squares. I think I would. Purple doesn't exist. So let's get a nice random one in here. See what that looks like. Well, pretty good, except the I want them to be in sequence instead of random, because I can't really tell the difference. They are rendering in the right spots. The floor squares are pretty funkadelic too, if I gotta say so myself. So despite the funkiness, what we need to make sure is that we're rendering all the squares in the right position. I think this is the answer right here. This diving board. Let's go ahead and fix that. I'm thinking that we can just call set Z offset on the floor, like immediately. And then that's like the only place we ever need to call it. Not here either. Colors. We don't need colors really. I can just get rid of it for now. It was a useful visualization, but I don't need it anymore. Almost there. For the hallway segment, the Z offset needs to be probably the, it's kind of a long figure. Z, and then, place the parentheses correctly. Minus, yeah. Alright, now we got it tonguing out again. Good lord, what a balancing act. I'm guessing that's because we need to set all of the Z offsets. Now, I'm not sure if this is going to mess up our initial floor. We'll just have to see. And then also, this is the number that we need for floor. It might be the number that we need for the rest of them as well. I'm not sure. But I would just like to oh, what the heck. Why not? And then, yeah, I don't think I'm calling that anywhere else. So the Z offset will just be derived in the constructor. So the hallway will go on forever. And ever. And ever and ever. See what it looks like in the dark. I don't know, what do you think? Is it too dark? I think it's too not dark enough. Or it's not too dark enough. That's what I think. All right. Let's go ahead and fix, or let's commit that. Fix Z offsets. Fixing Z offsets. As if I'm French. Fixing the offsets, yes. Okay. Let's see. What else? Objects. We need objects when we're extending the hallways. Yeah, so. So we do already have a place objects function here. we want to do that? How do we want to do it? Doesn't really depend on the segment of the hallway. It doesn't. We're keeping track of the number of segments. Okay, which we don't really need to do directly, but hey, whatever. Doesn't hurt anything. Self dot. Well, we'll just call this. Yeah, that's it, pretty much. See if we can get it to just. We want the offset though. Where's the offset? Yes. All right. So that means that just after we extend the hallway, we can place some more objects. And then after this, we can start cleaning up some of the other objects. So we're only going to iterate through the number of bookshelves that we have on the shelf to clean up the original set. Old segments. Old segments sounds so crude. Ugh. He'd be cool if it weren't for the old segments. Ugh. Clean up old objects. How do we end up inside of this function? Weird. Got lost in Python land. Unexpected indent? How dare you? How dare you, Python? 130. Oh, yep. Well, I don't think that's even my fault. Hallway doesn't even have num segments. It should. It does. Definitely has num segments. Definitely does. It's right there, man. It's right there. I'm being Pythoned. I'm being punked by Python. I know I am. I'm not gonna follow its stupid trap. I'm not gonna follow this stupid trap. I'm gonna start over. Alright, trying to fix these objects. So where we have the object's offset is where we need to start. I like that. Kind of. Oh, I think I see what was going wrong here. We were trying to do this before we had num segments defined. I was not being Pythoned. Well, I'm not going to go back. I was not being Python though. I see what happened. I Pythoned myself. I do. The only thing that needs to happen with this is that this needs to be added onto here. Just like that. And the Python should remain the same. Should. Game should remain the same. All the objects should be placed. There's one right there. There's another one. And another. Hey, there's more there. But they should stop probably right there. That's the extent of the objects. And that's the reason that I need to call build objects here again. Actually, you know, yeah, okay, just had to check. And that should make it to where it breaks. I thought we had to build objects. Place objects. Oh, yeah, place objects, yeah. Should be seeing some objects here. The whole way down the hallway. Looking good. Looking good. Looking good, guys. It's looking good. Looking good, guys. All right. And being the conscientious person that I am, will now create the recycle method. Destroy everything? No. I want for range, so this is going to be destroy objects. And specifically it's going to be old objects. I always try to avoid words like old in programming, because it's like, what is old? You know, how old is old? We can just say that they're expired. Why are they expired? You know what I mean? Like, okay. But I'm gonna leave it there. For the range in, num bookshelves. Is that what it's called? Bookshelf num bookshelves. You gotta be careful. Bookshelf num bookshelves. I don't even want to do this check, actually. I just want to you know what I mean? I just want to destroy it. I also want to destroy. There's a specific function in here called destroy that I love calling. The problem with doing this and then like destroying the thing here, what we need to do is we need to just call 0 here. There we go. That way we're just destroying the first one every time. All right. So when we're extending the hallway, we're just going to also do our own little garbage cleanup. Bookshelf. I thought we had a destroy method. I really did. Let's see. Okay, that looks pretty good. Disable. I don't know. Maybe all we need is disable. Yeah, let's just do disable. All right. I don't see the new furniture. Is it being destroyed too early? I mean, I could have sworn I've seen it before. Maybe I didn't. I guess I didn't see it before. We got place objects here. And the offset, which is integrated here. Should it be minus half of the hallway length? No, I don't see them. I do not see them. I don't think that should have been executed just then, but I don't know. Double safe. Better double safe than sorry. So we call the new place objects. They should be placed with a Z offset that moves them down the line so that we see objects constantly. Now, I guess that is happening. How did I fix it? It's a sign of quitting time when I fix something that I don't know how. Just take the win and then quit it up. Alright, we've accomplished a couple of things today. A couple of really important things. And that is, the hallway is now forever hallway. That's pretty much essential. What program for coding? The coding program is Visual Studio Code, and then I'm just running Python and inside of the little terminal integrated. And this is Ursina's gaming engine. Game engine, whatever. Engine for making games. And so, alright, now the hallway is forever. And objects are placed constantly, and the darkness follows. So, I guess I learned Python in college, or had to learn it for college. But mostly I learned it just from doing Python. A lot of, there's a lot of cool resources out there. Python's one of the easiest languages to get going with. I definitely recommend it if you don't already do Python. Pythoning is pretty sweet. Alright, I'm going to commit this before I forget. This is... should I remove the trash? No, that's fine. It's not really trash. I need to work on that next anyway. So this is continuous objects. Alright. Next thing I think I can work on that makes sense is the back of the map, which is currently like just nothing. Here, let's see it. Right there. It's just like this nothingness void, which is kind of cool actually. But I shouldn't be able to go back here. So, I think the simplest way to do that is just absolute value it. Yep, it works. Can't go negative. Can you envision what? Can you make what you vision? Yeah, I mean, I could probably recreate this in C sharp. I mean, you're like the second person to ask me about that. So yeah, I'll probably go ahead and take care of that. I used to do C sharp for a long time. So this is only the second game I've ever made. So I have no problem going with another engine. Yeah, that's the simplest way to get it to not allow a negative number there, i.e. go off of the map. Absolute value. Freaking crude, but whatever. It's actually a very simple computation. It's the most simple computation you could do right there. Just chop off one of the bits. No, I don't have anything available right now. That's what I was thinking. I have a let's see. It wouldn't be too hard for me to get this pool game ready for production, I guess. Let's see here. Oof, that was almost a scratch. But yeah, I guess, you know, I'm not sure. It's a good question. I should probably get this published. I mean, that's what makes a game developer, right? Actually developing fully a game. It takes discipline. This is boring. Come on. Thanks. Thank you for that. But I think that this one that I'm making now has a lot of potential. It just needs a lot of TLC. One thing it needs for sure is some kind of ominous music. Wonder what I can get for that. Hold on, I saw your message. What is a nice 3D element alternative for After Effects? I'm not sure. I was using Blender for 3D models, and then seeing a game engine to animate the models. So, I mean, it's probably not where you would want to go if you were just trying to make a 3D animation. But you can do that in Blender. You can make a 3D animation. But I don't know if it's the route you want to go, man. Like, it's a lot of learning. It's like a whole freaking course. So what I'm looking for here is a cello. See what kind of cello we can get. Cello. It's actually kind of what I want. Not that friggin' loud though. I can't stand that this is the piano, but it's too small to see. All right. Probably that. That's it right there. I just want to create a subtly 3D animation of a phone mock-up that is for screen recording for an app ad. That sounds like a perhaps an Illustrator thing. Although I'm not an Adobe guy, so I don't. Kind of reminds me of Michael Jackson a little bit. That's probably not going to cut it. So the release is like low. But okay, so you have a screen recording that's ready. It's an actual app footage, but I want to insert that into a 3D phone model. I don't know, dude. I don't know how you can change a footage to a 3D model. That's beyond anything I've ever done. Let me know if you figure it out, because that's pretty sweet if you can do that. I don't know. No idea. How do we do a glissando? How are we going to glissando it? Is it here? Flam claw machine limit. Randomize scale levels. God, there's so much stuff. Quick legato. Articulate. It's definitely not the right release. There's a screen recording of the app. Then I want to use the phone in a model to make a mock-up with a 3D recording playing in the mock-up. Not sure if I'm communicating well. No, it's cool, dude. I've been at this for a while, so it's probably me that's not, in tune or whatever. But so you have you want to use a 3D model to make a mock-up. I don't know. Just look up, if you're trying to go for a 3D model, just look up a 3D model for a phone or something. Like, that's what like, if I want a 3D model for a phone, I can search for one and find one. But if you want it of your phone, then you might be asking for something different. How the hell? I don't know what this is. Should be what, quick legato? Let me see if I can Google it. Slide. Good lord. What? No, okay, whatever. I want a slide. A slide. Oh, here we go. That's the slide. thought that was a slide. Does say it slides to B2. Oh, okay, so this one maybe needs to slide. No? Porta. Wonder what porta means. Accept. Slide / porta. I don't know. I don't hear anything. I don't know. I hear a detuning, but I'm not going to mess with that right now. I'll figure out how to make the music later. Oh, for now I gotta sign off. Let's take one last look at Dark Hallway before we continue in the noon in about a few hours. Still a hallway. Still dark. And not so ominous yet. We'll figure out how to make it ominous. But for now, I'll see you guys later. Thank you for joining. And I'll be back in like an hour. What is it? 4 hours and 4.5 hours. Alright, guys. See you later.